the world unknown. The lands ungreed. Your harvest. Here with the rocks, with the mud, with the teeth. Where Parliament was having an argument. About markets. Might be able to push that through. Yes, complacency. Stat was added. That's kind of a counter snowball measure. If you have no rivals, keeping you on your toes. Mid. Sweden is having an incident. That's fine. That's a problem for the other side of the crown. Invitation chain had been ongoing, and we're just hitting the first tipping point where the economy will start to fire off. We now have sufficient core catalyst mass of peasants to start promoting laborers in some of our in one of our locations. The others will follow. So wool will lift us to a new age. Also, construction started on the first mason shop. For quite a while, it will be the only mason shop. But non-zero mason. That'll enable a lot of things. That'll save a lot of cash. Stone can be exchanged for buildings. Just fully resituating here. It did decide to louden itself. Try that. Little guy being very industrious. Box can become house at any time. Well done, sir. Box can become rival and must be destroyed in war. Right, so... Kenya is independent. Rebuilding favors with them. Might get another invite out of them in a while. It's April of 60, I had just finished the current active invite, which was probably from them. Yes. That priority is continue inviting from them for so long as they exist, until we cap them out. Then go to Denmark, then go to Sweden. Then, finally, the long-term invite source of Iceland. Yeah, we were out of accessible favors. Scotland, thus we can no longer access the Isles. We're out of accessible favors with man. Until man becomes subject of a larger realm that we could then bother. Their work is done. Send a kindly worded letter. The Glaucau. Sure. Trade to stability. For some decentralizing. The guy's very jumpy. I may require direct engagement in a moment. Okay, that was enough support to be out the line on its own. Let's roll. Yeah, he climbing with aggressive intent. Attack the microphone. At least probe the microphone for weakness. Hello, sir. "65 shepherds. Astounding. So in anticipation of the economy starting to exist, auto trade is sometimes successfully engaging both points that have allowed it. I want to reserve a bit of capacity for starting to bring in lumber. Existing lumber supply, still less than a penny of wood from the common source. And there are viable lumber import routes. Get at least break even. All over the place. Lisbon, just overflowing with wood. Until such time as wood becomes available. Won't be much ground for building those settlements. Much as I would want to get them in early. The lead up to that could be establishing the layer of market villages. Will improve trade cap. Also generate a tiny bit of burger capacity in rural territory. Subsidized fishing villages is definitely a thing for further along in the process when we have more income to sink. And if we had a carpet of rural burgers, in some sort of suburb, the lichen of the economy. Alright, little man has found himself a good spot to stare at the yard. Well done. Thoroughly guarding that shopping bag. on it goes. Schism. Has begun. Who do we like more out of the gate? 24 versus 3, or 11 and 11. The All Thing has agreed to business. Alright. Step 1. Offer declaration of loyalty to the current Pope. See if he's able to reciprocate. If he fails to provide in times of need, then we switch sides. Back and forth. Yeah, market villages will remain the big move here for the opening. Something that is capable of breaking even while generating side benefits. Some of them will attain modest profits. We can get shiny rocks. Maybe even a little bit of pottery. Or glass. From the trace amounts of sand that exist. Favor one, favor the other, or anger both by being indifferent. That is the capital, though, so that control will grow back very quickly. Yeah, because no building progress happens during the deep winter. All construction takes a while. And in turn, all resources needed to sustain construction can get away with smaller supplies. People can stack the rocks through the winter, assemble them into shape later at the thaw. Food supplies are slim. it should be fine. We're holding the line here. Keep diverting people toward the sheep. We get to try and beg for support every year. The holiness could spare even a single shiny dime. Look, we can get through any one winter just fine. It would take 2 consecutive winters to take us out, and when would that ever happen? Someone would have written about that in the sagas. Okay, Heinersfjord is also starting to roll over. Fish production is online. That will stabilize our internal food supplies. Stone supply will also be able to start up the stone and masonry side by side. Simply pass through the crunch, merge on the other side. Mice. For our established architectural tradition, we create the hollow shell of a mason's hut. Set up a collection of effigies. Have everyone go about their business, acting as though there's a mason right over there. Then, after the hidden people have done their mischief to the empty building, it will be declared safe for someone to move in. Not so much for pay, though. Burger, though. Burger of Kettlesfjord was not a burger, but in the absence of burgers, has named himself Burger. What of the food situation? Food stockpile not terribly existent. little bit of innovation pressure. Are we sure that we know all the kinds of rocks? What if we missed one? Furthermore, what's under the rocks? We know what the top of every rock looks like, but have you flipped them over? Alright, favors are charged and ready for the next invite next year. Burger. Already causing trouble. We can vent a bit of stability. 44 right now is our equilibrium point, so... And it remains the case that trade surplus accounts for... Trade income accounts for all of our budget surplus. Alleged opportunities to import bees and beef. I guess I could move the viewer again. $13.62. Invite day arriving soon. Compared to the previous unarchived run, on the older patches, we were able to get that first town by decree of Parliament much sooner. It'll be a while before that pays off. Okay, yeah. Amherst. That island was directly controlled by Denmark. It is not another breakaway realm that I could possibly be honing in on. Just look at the alignments of the spears. Every astrological sign agrees that you should be on land that is greener than the land you currently occupy. Every time I cast the teeth, they come up the same answer. You defy the will of the bones? Yeah, there we go. Wool RGO already starting to pop off. Fish RGO. up to 10% employment. Teeth employment, also almost ready to start popping off. Teeth are money. Won't be anyone in the mason shop until stone quarry fully engaged. And the other fishing field is also starting to pop up. Getting the town earlier, not having 1,000 people dropped into storage on Eggland. Holding off on inviting anyone in that direction until we're ready to sign the contract and colonize Eggland. Once we're inviting Icelanders, I can do this. Since that also lets us kind of mess with the numbers. The colony succeeds the moment there are 1,000 Icelandic people there. By any means. Yeah, I still want this land. It's stone. Its passive naval presence on this bit of water, which will slightly reduce our shipping distance. By a hair. Here on this island where everything is measured in hair. Well, the first time we will switch sides. We are unappreciated by the Vatican. We'll have to find other ways. Having even more thorough confirmation that there is no reason to purchase and operate a ship for any length of time. The harbor, yes, maybe. Probably, at some point. But let other people provide the ships. Yeah, now that Brada and Irisfjord are online. Okay, that's what's creating the food crunch earlier. The subsistence farms around Garthburg aren't getting the bonus from being rural. That's slightly weakening our baseline food generation. That'll be accounted for as the food RGOs start to wind up. Good policy of fined $2. A whole 2 kroner. We're just laying on the beach somewhere. Okay, let's halt the beef import. Give that point back to the auto trader. Okay, Garth's food supply still isn't great. Garth may still need some food supplements. Go with the beeswax instead of... There's still money being made. Import French bees. Yes. The Teeth RGO has recruited people. Burgers real. Soldiers real. Town real. Whole dozen Berg folk now live within the Berg. Holding a tiny place on the council. Being their own separate, bespoke tax rate. Hard would it be to give them their first privilege? Of course, this would make the nobles furious. Only by 5 for some of the lighter ones. More passive maritime presence, also good. Straight up tax efficiency. .001 development. Also a good slow burn. Building cost is, I think, what I drop first here then. It'll be a while before they have money with which to build private roads. Reduced building cost is useful now. Now, is there yet anywhere that summarizes what the burgers are trading in a market? There's all sorts of numbers and display thereof that were improved over the first cycle of patches. Projected price changes for individual goods. At this point, I would still need to drill down into the individual supplies. We had that one per month for a little while. It slipped away from us again. Because of the food shortages. You can get the food supply back up. Then that will work itself out. To apply an entire privilege or tank 20 satisfaction. Figure it out. Adopt the usual stance. There's a whole 16 potential levy troops in the country now. Possible for a war to resolve if enough of them end up on the same side of the line. Two more years till next all thing. Bribes cost 5 coin. Miserable. Doing any construction for quite a while. Anything to bring that base cost down even further. We can declare loyalty again next fall. Surprising this one doesn't have a satisfaction hit. Okay, now that we have any plutocrats. Slightest chance that we'll be able to start eroding this bar again and sliding it back to the right. pressure to overcome on that front. We can work on it, though. Even numbered year, gotta be ready for operations here. See if we can get one more stack of favors out of Scania. They won't be this year's invite, though. I didn't jump on that right away. So, Denmark, it's your turn. It's not worth pulling that much money. The need to acquire more food is costing more than we're earning from the other things, so... beef import. I have room for more favors in Sweden. Avoiding the losses incurred by famine, more important than pursuing the gains acquired by luxury commerce. At least with our state trade capacity. Now that any burgers exist, they can go chasing the value of luxuries. Maybe even pocket some of the proceeds. Be the first people on the island to have walking around money. We have no word for this. A man who has teeth in his hands. Guild Garter. He did a job for a time. Einstein, though. Hold the lad, the genius. Gonna push that number slightly faster. Declare loyalty to France. And a couple of months later, request reciprocation from France. Garth managing to be food positive, briefly, even through the cold. Stockpile is returning, the country is healing. Let's enter the numbers on this. $125 months at low progress before that pops off. Over which time we'll have recovered more than enough opinion to get the nobles back in line. Especially if they get to come to the thing and yell about something. Yell about as many things as you'd like. One could say all the things will be available to yell at here. Attempting another census would be good. Don't really need the market regulations for anything. Creating a granary that I would still need to pay for, so that's off the table. Yeah, census. Though the burghers exist, our council is still just nobles and clergy. Let the nobles run the navy again. No, I don't need to do that. Even just the opinion boost from the council being held is going to be enough to stabilize them. That will do most of the work. The money, though. The economy. None of our exports are a good idea. Auto trade. Have at it. See what you got. All three of Garth's food RGOs are growing steadily. Following our way towards a vibrant future where there are 1,000 shepherds. Some uncountable number of sheep between them. Now be able to... No, that's on a longer cooldown. Alright then. Time being, we don't have any candidates for sainthood. All bones are currently accounted for. Count has been updated. New number engraved upon the slab. Can't curry any additional favors. We're at 2. So our business with Scania is over. Denmark now at the front of the line. We have learned to scrutin the laws. Really give them a good looking at. Currently pro-France on this front. Until such time as they fail to hand me crisp, fresh, shiny coin. Alright, it is invite year. Denmark should be charged on time. And there haven't been any starvation alarms. I think we're in the clear on that front. The island is successfully traversing the process once again. It was dreamed of. When our four members first set foot here. Coming age of sufficience. Okay, that's risk of starving, but it's also happening, like, as the thaw hits. Wool production nearing 1/4 of capacity. Teeth production continues to flourish. And any prestige to spare currently on declaring tolerance. Or wait, no. Danish is already tolerated. Alright. Good enough. Won't need another tolerance decree until we bring in our first Swedish settlers. I could get a histogram of the food stockpile. That would be valuable information. And yeah, almost all of Ariolf is food producing. They shouldn't have any problems with subsistence. It's time to start building them up. So, is July 2 years from now. Or to start installing guilds in the town. Spinners is high on the list. Spinners, tailors. Eventually weapons and tools. Alright, tools before weapons, yeah, since tools are just made of rocks. We have rocks to go around. A lot of the influence. Could probably fight and win against those rebels if they insisted on popping off with those borders. Might even have a whole 10 guys to properly kick down a door. It'll still be generations before anyone successfully cuts a stone into a square. Or at least looks around the stone pile long enough for one that is suitably flat to be stacked on top of another stone. How about this Hundreds War? Scotland has joined Team France. That's looking pretty typical. Other lines to vaguely keep track of cheapest segment of road. 89 coin currently to run a gravel road to Navarrete. $98 to run a road to Bradahild. %6 satisfaction on the nobles means I could get away with extending another burger privilege. Or maybe even another commoner privilege. Put the commoners in Parliament. %5 enfranchisement either way. Village autonomy gives decentralization. Might be nice to try and erode that over time. Peasant levies, though. Allow peasants to own swords. If a peasant sharpens a rock, they can keep it. You can find a stick to tie that sharp rock to. Good job. Bring it to the all thing. Show it off. $33 potential levies. Could declare a rival. Now that we're done inviting people from them. Send them the first official un-invitation. 20 entire prestige from just kind of yelling real loud. One visiting merchant from the mainland saw the guy with the rock on a stick. And he knew. He spread the legend. Now we're making money. Food supply vaguely stable. We don't have any food buffer at the market. We won't have local food buffer until the provinces both manage to push the surplus. And rebellion gone? Rebellion has dispersed for the time being. Oh, there's a council action to more directly just converse with the angered estate and get them back in line. That should do nicely. Almost invite time, Denmark. Invite time has slipped another day. As will happen. Still has a bit of margin left before it jumps another month. All the while, cash pile has been gradually congealing. No tools to run the farm building. Still be a worthwhile addition to the loadout. wood is actually managing to accumulate. Wild. Alright. Back to Team Vatican. Market beginning to accumulate fish. Alt import. That's being done as part of our normal trade spread for now. Teeth, though. In time. Season's going so well. Yeah, food number continuing to flourish. Sheep are abundant. I guess the big event going on, other than the War of Years, the Western Schism. We got some Pope fights. Oh yeah. Get this guy in. One might suppose that if we lived over there, like fools, then this whole incident would be much more impactful. Since we remain at a safe distance in high orbit, a very abstract affair. Going on soon in technology here. Literacy, prestige, trade advantage. Why? Mostly filler. There, as we navigate another winter without exploding. Probably. Lad status inspected. Lad has been hassled. The charter has been upheld. Overcast today, so there's not as much glaring sunlight for the lad to harvest. Rank 1069 in the global power scale. Another year to go before the next input. Had poured, but not yet brought over the day's hot drink. Though in the parlance of our Greenland, hot drink is that which is liquid. Whereas the more common cold drink is to simply bite into the ice. Or bite into the rocks. As suits your taste. The whom? Okay, this is some manner of affair relating to Bulgaria. Kettlesfjord versus Altafjord. Let them fight. That's not too big a deal. On the island, one learns quickly to live within the grasp of their teeth, as they say. We got another long Serbia forming. Macedonia, independent Dardanelles. Athens mentioned. Hospitalia is. probably close to done with inviting from Denmark. We'll be on to Sweden. Sweden is tapped out, then the main reservoir of favors from Norway directly. You know what? Now let's actually examine that number there for amount of time the Western Schism is being debated. What is that in smaller denomination? Because that's like 499,000? 160 days. 1,368 years? I think that's just putting a number on forever. Like, maybe mechanically they can't say this will never expire. So instead it is simply, this debate will last for 2 millennia. Factor that will cause the schism to end. Papacy is destroyed, or if either faction successfully holds 2 councils. Which, I don't see what their problem is. We hold a council every 5 years. How many things could they have to discuss over there that it couldn't be resolved in a single all thing? Even numbered year once more. Denmark not yet charged. Sweden. Now, at the front of the line. We will send the King of Sweden. The King of Sweden side of our king. King of Sweden, same body of our lord, the King of Norway. Different hat. Send them the usual complimentary bag of teeth. You'll know what to do. Top of the month. All the thing. What do we got? File officer. In religious influence. Army exercises. Market growth. Go try for market growth again. Or there's a bit of baseline support for officer list. Yeah. Discuss the idea of hiring a guy burgers are now on the council. Support, how much progress toward banking do we have at this point? 13%. Some of these estates, these institutions might actually reach us. Send a nice letter to Geneva. Send them some of the good teeth. Democracy support. The mismatch in power means that for now the nobles are the main relevant faction for trying to pass legislation. That'll stay that way for a while until I successfully beef up any of the other lobbies. And it's only 7 stability if this misses. A big deal. Some of the important business is still over here. Invite the moment anyone arrives and give the official order of tolerance. Okay, they need to add up to 1% of the population first. Two coin per year. Truly unprecedented. And okay, yeah. Favors capped out with Denmark. Our business with them concludes. Food supply continuing to look healthy. And yes, overwhelmingly, the proper shepherds. Taking up their share of the work. Alright, Parliament wound up pointed in the right direction without needing any further prompting. By order of the crown, a new guy will occur. Welcome, Hakon Leo. We don't have anything for you to do right now. You are recognized. Very tangible. Human skull. Still don't have peasant clothing. Or all peasants wear cloaks of invisibility on our island. necessary survival tool. That's how he even caught the attention of the council in the first place. He won a cloak of invisibility and 5 magic rings in a card game against a mermaid. Exactly the sort of skills we want at the circle. %, extra trade capacity. The Commerce Advisory Council. That has immediate benefits that don't require any liberation. Any infrastructure building. What if instead of 2.1, it was 2.2? Even 2.3? Okay, how I will use that. We'll keep the flat 2 points in the auto trade. And then I will open small strategic import lines of 0.1 each. Things like lumber. From Iceland. And let's see, what else? Maybe a food import? What are the import prospects for fur? Right. Grain. Also bad. Meat. Beef from Dublin. Sure. So there are still many more peasant privileges I would like to extend. Basically, all the ones that don't impact their economic output directly. Okay, and that's a spike of expense that wasn't there before because there is now any market level food for the provinces to buy. To help get them through winter. will vary for very principled and pious reasons that are definitely the real reasons that I will not be spending those 3 coins. Ease off on the food purchasing bar here. Would like the budget to stay green. As green as the land. Provinces have shown that they can usually get their food requirements on their own. Sanity check that England is going through an event, as will happen. Reviewing places where our favors have burned through, but not spontaneously regenerated. Yeah, you know, buzzes. Not a who, it's a where. Inquisition-related laws. Either we extend that authority to the Pope, or we keep it local. The Greenland Inquisition. Asking the big questions. Who even lives here? How? Why? Can't you leave? Alright, Burger, time for you to retire. We do have other people who can get into the seat. Like Senor Camporel. It's probably one of those things where it's very heavily weighted to go to a specific place, but not absolutely. Suppose we could hook up. Avignon is not in France currently. Avignon is in Provence. Is be currently independent. Anyway, about this whole Inquisition thing. Would be nice to have an extra satisfaction point. On the other hand, we start inviting in foreign inquisitors who haven't had time to acclimatize to local conditions. They might start asking weird questions about the stones and the shapes the stones are arranged in. All of our other current laws are pretty locked in place. There are some I would be interested in changing, but that's more often something you do via parliament manipulation than via just raw declarations. Costs a lot of stab. Limited censorship. Alright. Additional power distribution. The big one we would want to try and flip. But, yeah, 100 stability cost. Are there enough Swedish people around yet? Almost. To declare tolerance. Yeah, we've yet to manage to get any representatives from the papacy to acknowledge trial by walrus, and that's a deal breaker. Foundation of the law code of the Greenland. Gross. Grosser still, that we would pay them 8 coin and only 2 of it would reach their wallets. Where's the rest? What do you mean you lost it? Alright, put you to work negotiating with the nobles. And the rebels aren't organizing very fast. Anyway, that's kind of speedy. Alright, get you on rebel crackdown. Both ministers working together on this, we'll be able to wrestle that under control. Start of another even-numbered year. invite to Sweden pending. Congratulations, English nobles, on accomplishing whatever you were after over there. I'm sure that's gonna do great things for your standing in the 100 War. $5,000. Prospering. That's the real other way to put it. Particularly with the population now more properly resembling what the class curve ought to be. Think of things in terms of RGOs, and yeah, then also like apply the surcharge of the 500 catalyst peasants that have to be there at the bottom. For every 1,500 people, less like 4-5% for the other classes. Yeah, so close to 1,500-1,600 people per RGO. Multiply that by our current 12. So at around 19,000 people is when all of our RGOs would be filled. Up into the 20s for when we would also be able to incorporate Eggland. Imagine. At around the 10K mark is when Garther will have its core development set up. 250 folks at the stone quarry. Still have room to collect more favors from Sweden. This insurgency is more widespread by virtue of there being individual nobles in multiple locations who would throw a fit. Overall food supply remains tenuous. Which also, if they have tightened up any of the metrics on how sustainable Arctic territory is, how well it can carry population, that's a good thing. That was one of the things to kind of point at confusedly in the first couple of patches. How many that we could get this small slice of Greenland to exceed the population of modern Greenland in the Renaissance. A bit much. And powered by similar metrics, the existence of Super Canada in the older campaign. Lad status remains excellent. He endures in all seasons. And prestige from people consulting us about boat building methods. Sitting around the spot where a campfire would go, hearing all the elders grumble about what you ought to do. We were to build a boat, here is how it should be done. Are you going to build a boat? Oh, Lord, no. In this weather? That's the real wisdom. The world of nautical architecture. Knowing when not to build a boat, always. Never build a boat. Yeah, we wait for the week of summer to arrive. Taunted by knowing of the existence of the Canada market. A land of wood and mud. Land where plants grow for multiple months each year. 74. Summer of 74. Next time we get to try and pester either candidate. Some Tengri presents. And other minor pagan presents out here. At the province level. Another 8 months. Get the nobles back to neutral satisfaction. Somewhere far beyond the seas and over the lands are they who follow Tengus. Okay, that's a mere modifier, not a proper privilege. Disappointing, but hey. Free satisfaction for the 39 burger population continuing to pick up. Get like what, 50 burger cap just from the city existing? No, 300. Substantial. Get that marginal trade power going on in the background. Okay, yes, and some of these are trades initiated by Iceland. They know where we are. They know there's money to be made out here. Norway and Iceland are both sending us fancy cloth. In time, we will repay these gifts in teeth, according to the old custom. wonder how fine the resolution of burger trading can be. Production. Right, some stone is the common good. Artificial wood import. The common sand you can find on any surface. Burgers are buying a fraction of a horse each month. Buying a horse in installments. Subscribe to Horse and we will send you a component in the mail. Assemble the horse at your leisure. Even numbered here again. Okay, we can officially tolerate. Good to have it settled. Yes, our very legitimate horse trading business that trades only horses. The horses contain only horse meat. No jewels. No gold. Do not inspect the contents of the horse. It is a pointless task. As it is said, do not look the gift horse in the mouth, comma, Mr. Customs Officer. You don't need to count a horse's teeth. Its burger is doing well. Well on the way to surpassing his father in all respects. A fine lad of 15 years. Oh no, a fine lad of 32 years. That's a different number. That's his ranking score. No, that's the size of the line of succession. Alright. Many other princes out there. 15 fine years, and then another 17 other years. Chain continue. Okay, good. The rebellion successfully dispersed. Back to developing. cash shows up in time, I may need to use imported brick to build our first village. It'll be a while before the stone quarry overflows. Also, why is the stone quarry tooltip so much wider than the others? Okay, all the RGOs are doing that at least. Strange. The food situation is pretty stable. Where to import bricks? Pretty value neutral. Okay, also, a thing I like about this event on the numbers side of things. Being indecisive is overall negative value towards picking one or the other. Even just considering the numbers here, picking one side or the other means you have a net value of 0. Whereas here, you are losing across the board. So, choice between a little bit of control loss in Siglafjord versus control loss in... Gotta side with the teeth. Up to 300 in the ivory field. Yeah, as far as other plans for building construction here, the other big X factor in favor of doing the villages is that they get to employ the peasants that have to be there either way. They aren't directly competing for laborers. Put the market villages down, and each of them will be 0.05 trade capacity. Solidly better than nothing. All 5 inner market villages will get me a quarter point of trade, which is pretty relevant. Food supply situation still crunching our population growth pretty tightly. As it ought to. Slowly gaining ground? Little man arrives. What say you of indulgence, sir? He craves to indulge. He will forgive any and all sins in exchange for but one spoon of goop. Hello, sir. How are you this fine afternoon? Do you offer comment to the council? What wisdom before the thing? Census again. Create a second town in Einersfjord. Absolutely not. Yeah, the census. Insult the Bishop of Basel. You got it. Compliment the Count of Valentinois. Maybe. Getting a little stabby today, so you wash it. Manage your grippers. It is his rights by the ancient charter to carry weapons. They cannot be taken from him. 65, Parliament's approval. Everyone's on board with this census thing. He's not that exceptional. He's gonna get lost on the ice. Yeah, we're still a couple of years out from having village building money. And that would be the other thing, that the very idea of having surplus bricks to export isn't much of a thing in all these other markets. If we could just bring in like one prototype brick for our masons to reverse engineer. War were declared. Suppose we're involved in that. We will send our rudest pigeon to the mainland at once to offer support. Claire, Port of Rome, West, Port, Rome. Little man on the move. Pope has managed to clear one council. Up to a third of a coin each month. That's as many as 4 coins a year. a definite market improvement there in local food stocks. It will take many consecutive good years. Have some kind of lasting food equilibrium. Possible. All the lumber we bring in being immediately pulled off by the burgers? No. Pile is gradually forming. Even numbered year. Sweden might not add up to enough favors yet. This will be our first invite from Iceland. We have room for one more invite. All right, 2.5 hours into the session, and the menus are starting to get sluggish. Which is not bad. Little man over there snacking. Ah, nice to see. Small red. We've yet to re-enable the signal for them. Yes, we will skip cycle. Settlers arrive. Pick a rock. Hide behind it. When the sun rises later this month, the green will follow. Little man hard at work infiltrating that shopping bag. Solving important questions. And back to holding position. So skilled, the lad. Like, if we had fully charged discount from masonry abundance, I'd be able to afford a village right now. Mere 0.04 beef. Drop that and we'll see if the food supply can handle it. Dead. Port. Even if it's at a little bit of a loss. Get any brick. It's a mere quarter of a brick to make a village. And I'll write in recognition. Sluggishness of the menu. An intermission. orchestra has to use every bit of the processor to hit those big notes. War were concluded. Well done. Checkbox for don't. Which... What do you mean? On we go. The long and honest work, carving through a glacier, one bite at a time. Wood import has become unprofitable. That's fine though. It's back. It's like it never left. Like it recurs periodically over some long span of years. The economy. The standard by which we measure the new stability against the old stability. Ooh. Welcome aboard, England. Free pops? Hell yes. That's so many buttons. Comment good for economy? Inga has brought prosperity. Population growth in an odd-numbered year? tonks! They're piling into Einar's Fjord. Okay. Perhaps one of them may have brought measles. You can work with this. Recovery. Piling into the food production zone. You'll find many fish, from which to extract the fish oils. Devastation already solved. And that's happening for 60 months? Where is that modifier being stored on our event stack? Big things happening. Time to fa la la about it. So many people. Okay, they're not all aimed at the same spot. They are also going to propagate around. Maybe it's a province level modifier? At this rate, there will be someone who knows how to make brick. Yes, Fralalan is inherently loud. That small supply of brick is successfully bringing in the village discount. We invest in smugglers. Play the long game. Let them conduct their trade, and when they try to hide their treasure under a conveniently placed rock, that's when you get them. All available sand and gravel in which to bury the loot has been conveniently concentrated in one place. You can lay an ambush. the threshold of being able to market village. A few more coin. Wherein the stone polishing business would also do slightly better at the rocks than it would at non-rock zones. Doesn't it tracks possible efficiency bonuses that tightly? Yeah. Oh no, that bonus is successfully propagating around. Okay, the idea of a mason shop ad guard there is now successfully getting something. The one in the town would merely underperform compared to the ones in the rural locations. Another even-numbered year rolls in. What is plausibly going to be our last invite from Sweden? Nice. And with the cash side of things now starting to take off, I can permit more food expenses during the off seasons. even in the shadow of this massive influx of Danish refugees. In recognition of which... Okay, it would cost more capacity to move them up to accepted. We hold off on that. See what else can be gained in terms of favors with Sweden. Probably the last one. And it's all Icelanders, where I could in turn start inviting Icelanders to go toward Eggland. It would also start to help with our overall food situations. The other end of the country is majority food producing. Oh, though. Big numbers. People arriving faster than they can promote. An actual build-up of peasants. Okay, first market town. Right now it takes about 6 or 7 years to pay for one village. Such a powerful feedback loop. Yeah, the refugee surge here may even take us to the point of having a reliable 1,000 peasant reservoir, which is what activates internal migration. Bit on stability. A little bit on legitimacy. The first crack in the ice is formed. And from it emerge the rats. Disease map. Is there currently a measles outbreak that these people are fleeing from, perhaps? Not notably so. We must be getting up via trade network then. Some of the bricks are arriving. Cursed with afflictions. Of course, the brick-making process must capture small pockets of miasma, which are then being released whenever the bricks are jostled. burgers have managed to accumulate a few coin. Right, and the nobles do have permission to improve our geos. No way to tell how reliably they'll actually do it, though. First village soon. Markets. Economy. Delayed for lack of brick. Maybe get a slightly better deal on London brick instead of Spanish brick. Okay, good. The burgers are responding to the demand for bricks. Also, new king. Long live Burger King. And we get those bones while they're still good and fresh and send them off to be sainted. Don't have enough influence right now. Someday. Golden Age, sure to follow, under our slightly less bad king. Vast improvements on all fronts. Okay, and we're done collecting favors from Sweden. Very successful invitation cycle. Even before the incident, things were going pretty good, invite-wise. Only now, with 44 favors in the bank, time to start inviting from Norway. There's still basically no one in the south. All of the refugees are aimed to the vicinity of Garther. It's understandable. You look at even the most basic loadout of what's available here. People will go where the teeth is. Teeth are stored in the jaws of the fjord. Only 30 cash for an RGO upgrade. For now. For the time being, we've managed to create a lumber reserve. That advantage could dissolve at another time. Alright, April, even number. Thing is in session. We could argue about gravel for a bit. Yeah. To see what the discounted road prices are like. 76. 84. Low was 68 for a road up to Napertine. I'm expecting that to fail, though. Now that we're inviting Icelanders, begin inviting to the south. And then when there happen to be 1,000 Icelanders already standing around an egg, we should be able to initiate and immediately resolve the charter. Cost of roads also, for now, importantly measured in masonry that we don't have ready. Maintenance costs easily covered. There's enough sand on the ground. Construction-wise, wood and rocks have to go into the process. Idle villagers in Bradahill. Wool farm is saturated. Beautiful. Powerful. The next build might be to expand the wool RGO. Using resources we have. Turn cash into cash. Reasonably under control area. I mean, it's no teeth. It'll take time for the market to catch up. So went the thing. Yeah, cash balance is going wild as the population escalates. More on legitimacy. Diplomacy spending is still fine for now. Open up the food allowance a little wider. First market village is online. Shiny rocks. On demand. If it were absolutely necessary, we could sharpen a stick into a fighting stick. Things are looking so green. Five years of refugees. That's so many people. We let one guy in, and he's like, by the way, I could double the population of your island. You take that, dude. Aggressive. Oh, hey, nobles. Nobles on point. They did it. They spent the money in the place it should go. Astounding. Not a toll booth in sight. $70 burgers. Means I could almost think about running Tool Gang or Cloth Gang. Cloth Gang particularly would get along well with starting to spike up wool production. Yeah, now that Brotherhild has 2,000, yes, people are spilling out into other locations. The reactor is online. "100 refugees, 10 invited settlers, and 1 locally born." Point of population growth. Actually, yeah, let's try to stockpile influence instead. Saints don't pay for themselves. Gotta canonize so many teeth. Done good work for us for a while. We can arrange a retirement. Welcome aboard, good mother. Adequate mother. I get rural cloth at 10% efficiency. For which 1,000 laborers make 0.5 cloth. the sheer power of the Cloth Guild. 200 people. 1/5 the people doing twice the production. Had the break for it. Half of a spinner's guild would be more productive than a single market village. A fraction of a point going into auto trade and being used by auto trade. Good job. Bundy versus Altafjord. Fish versus your line with Deer Force. It is happening. Throw wide the gates. Knud, another exile. We get even more refugees to pile onto the island. Have you heard of our land so green, so vast, so beautiful? A place with no extradition treaty to any of the old kingdoms. We have no paper on which to write a criminal record. Scania wants to keep hemorrhaging people. Just reach over there, slurp that up. Step beyond accept would be to fully convert. This imposes some penalties, but they're not like load bear. I think that 12% cabin efficiency is worth relieving any penalties on the folks who are actually working in the country, generating a coin each month. The luxury. The absurdity of it all. Give me now. Full spend on food. Yeah, any sheriffs who want to come out here and try to hunt for fugitives are free to try. We won't stop you from approaching Greenland for any reason. Once you're on the shore, though, your life is in your hands. Here we missed the invite window. Okay, it's looking like the new refugee wave isn't stacking on top of the previous one. So just extending the timer. Truly miraculous. And any day now, the local quarry will successfully activate. We've filled one rank of teeth. Invest in second rank of teeth. No, but how things are now, won't even need the prank settlers. This has nearly formed a critical mass of peasants in the north. Would be able to provide our migration needs. Yeah, every location in Garthur is now over the 1500 line. Everybody has enough bodies to provide one rank of RGO. The follow-up line there would be beyond 2000, where they have the RGO, and then also the threshold for migration. Basic shop, merely real. To which point I can stop importing stone and start importing other things, like the material components of running the colonial charter. Medicine and weapons and so forth. 4.1 medicine from London. That starts building up. Can dissolve the tolerance of Norsegill and of Swedish. That relieves the culture numbers a bit. Just as well open the charter now. Yeah, they're figuring it out. Possible the fine points of migration requirements were adjusted at some point. $25 more points of influence. And we can get that Saint install. Yes, flourishing wool industry has our food supply problem sorted. Our people have found every possible way to combine fish and lamb. Mason shop online. Brick import no longer necessary. Increase wood import. Alright. Create tools import. Where's that from Ireland? Okay, much of that cash is arriving by way of indulgence payout? Work with what we get. And blacksmith. Okay, it's only complaining about one of them at a time. So much wood. Of course, the weapons also from Dublin. Get more market villages online. Continue to scrape out little trade capacity we can. Keep her stocking up nicely. Okay, so now that there is local brick, we're getting full masonry discount. Now we can make a village every 2 years. We're getting a lot of internal migration now. Bottlenecked by the weapon supply, but not prevented. Very rapidly picking up. Just a few generations, really turning this place around. Yeah, this is all adding up well for being able to start claiming the middle settlement. And beyond. We might be able to get all of the land properly indexed. Okay, some of that population loss there, that not hitting our full 100 plus, that's an illusion created by people going to Eggland and temporarily leaving the census. Second village. Now under construction. Again, even our humble wood import is doing enough to subsidize the possibility of improving our RGOs more. Even fish have value. Vague additional privileges, not official additional privileges. Privileges that turn directly into tax revenue for a while. Soldiers exist. Whether we're real, we could hire a sergeant. Heath in the capital, ready to be upgraded. Single most valuable installation in the entire country. Being close to ready to run the Spinners Guild at speed is also pretty good. Three-quarters of the Spinners Guild versus 1/5 of the Ivory Field. There are many things to discuss. Food piles. Officers. Attempt to market. So if they're already promoted to laborers, laborers can migrate. Get to directly go into the RGOs. Alright then, that kicks things off even faster. If we get close enough that the 21 would pass the bill. Then I press that button. If not, leave it on the table unfulfilled. The burger count is now also built up to enough for the full rank of spinners. The power of local brick. Truly astounding. Spinners and tailors first for the return on investment. Weapons and tools. Tools before weapons. For their strategic value. Second, market online. Fully staffed into operation. %, available noble approval. Clergy privileges, not burgers. Let them build roads. And another 3% left that maybe I can shake down for some important commoner rights. Peasants into parliament. Get ambassador at work appeasing the nobles over it. And when they start arranging another revolt, perform the crunch. Eggs half laid already. The more burgers we're able to accumulate, the more opportunities they're able to create for themselves by doing more trading on the side. Even numbered year. Okay, eggs is almost sorted itself out. Time to resume sending all invitations back into the core, from which to propagate. First guild, now under construction. We're also doing our clothing at the guild rather than out in the fields for that control rating, for that taxability. building every other year. What a time to be alive. And the institutions continue to drip their way in. An economically useful waiting inside a professional army. Professional armies, reduced maintenance, recruitment, knights, recruitment laws, reinforced speed, drill, supplies, the armory building itself, men-at-arms, crossbowmen, coastal fort. Coastal fort is used potentially. It'll be a long time before we're in a position to want to afford the coastal fort. That is a way to assert naval presence from the shore. Requires gun. And cannon. What else? Gunpowder. Tactics, gunsmith. Tactics. Gunmen. Almost entirely military numbers. Not particularly relevant to us. Building methods hiding in there. I can convince the burghers to buy their own roads. Save so much money. We'll see as far as total burger supply. Market villages managing to create our tiny suburbs. The iron is more important than Siglafjord. With our own local production now properly popping off. Right, that would be the end of the refugee wave. Again, that is an illusion created by the fact that people are migrating outside of the fence in hopes of building new fence any day now. Then they will reappear on the charts. Yeah, in our mind, the winner of the schism is whoever shows up first to saint these bones. If they can prove their holiness by knowing through divine insight how many teeth there are in this skull, teeth export has begun. Finally. Teeth money. Doubling up. Rolling out. Hrobjart of Hrobjart. Was never seen again. Vanished without a trace into the ice. Okay, next month this pops. Money now directed at laying out more villages. Direct more of our trade capacity into the wood import. Loss leading on that wood subsidizes everything. On a 41% Danish at the end of the refugee wave. Alright, good. Rebels defeated again. Two coin in a month? As many coin each month as once took a year? Core territory attained. Commoner insurgency. Really? Okay, it is all the people freshly acquired in Eggland. Furious at being reminded that they have not escaped Greenland. Yeah, I have all the parts in line for it. Let's create the middle settlement charter. Get that going. Particularly get that going early to minimize the risk of the Norwegian government deciding to intervene. Maybe they will anyway, if they just know all that we know immediately. Population rapidly rising to the challenge of existing. right, Canoe. Already done so much for the island. What else have you got? The drive to go out here is much slower, owing to the distance. Owing to the increased hazard of needing to cross water. Like real water in the open. Which is fine because that just makes it less of a siphon drawing off our actual population. And furthermore, with all this growth alleviating the food shortage, our internal population growth is popping off again. Market Town's also helping with granary capacity. Would get a whole second rank of a guild up and running now. Yeah, the labor pools for both buildings are already filled. Town stuff is a bit higher impact. Oh, man. High impact fellow right here. Hello. Very influential. Shows up on all the charts and graphs. Good afternoon, sir. How does the day find you? How does the hour find you? Very good, sir. From how he was immediately before starting, I thought he would be very rowdy. That he is overflowing with chill. Perhaps the absence of the sun means that he is not overloaded with stimuli. Oh no! The teeth! Gone! Alright, that'll mean our first loan. Current loan size 3. Won't take long to clear those out. $4.7 individual installments. Sporting a full point of teeth. You always love to see it. Guy settling in on the floor. Good for him, sir. Maybe now he's getting himself warmed up for mischief. And with masonry supplies built up, yeah. Price of roads now slightly reduced. Hello again, sir. Bring everyone up to date on your cutting-edge scholarship. Is the sink still damp? Where does water come from? Where do you hide all your stolen oats? He hides them in his mouth. No one can follow them there. Smuggle the oats into his bones. Good mother. You just take a walk outside, good mother. No one will come looking for you. You're up to 6? 6 population growth? Weird that it's all happening in the one spot. No, that's migration. That would just turn counterbalanced by growth happening somewhere else. Ongoing mysteries of the populace. What's our hypothetical population cap for our province here? Yeah, tens of thousands. So, yeah, that particular spike is because of the urbanization. Our rural provinces are half that. Burger development here will be caught up for a while. Seen in the previous run, it's not impossible to run a scriptorium here. Fairly inconvenient. It can be done. For the most part, there won't be much concern with trying to get any clergy stuff operational. At some point, the court will be worth building for that crown power. The available burgers are rapidly rising to the occasion. After tools and weapons were mostly out of... We haven't invented it yet, but cloth paper. That's what lets us get away with making books. Don't have any good options for local alcohol. No one has figured out how to ferment fish, not in a way that's drinkable. partially make medicine. After that, most things we would build in the Berg are the infrastructure buildings. Wharf when it's time to get sailors. Chancery is low priority. The market, that's the big one. Burger power, trade capacity. Additional burger trade capacity. The market and the warehouse. Made of masonry and glass. Of which we can make small scraps of local glass in the market buildings. People could just put sand in the furnace. Keep it numbered here. Start easily professing. I'll wait until the initial pile of favors is burned through. Refugees already put the island so far ahead of schedule. Burgers have 38 coin to their name. Can't quite afford a road yet. But maybe they will. In the span of a thing. Let them fight it out in the halls. That due to the price of a road now with our other modifiers on. Cheapest road is now 61 coin. Would like to build market. Okay, that's like their faction building. The nobles are planning to buy another rank of RGO. The peasants can also expand RGO. The peasants have money. What a time. This generation has had their first bite of teeth. They're feeling it. Spirit of the times. Getting the tool and weapon shops operational would also be important for freeing up those bits of import to instead concentrate on lumber. So, deploying more villages. Competing pretty strongly. The villages themselves remain solvent. Little man on deck. Welcome aboard, sir. Expert in concealment. Will never be detected by any means. Peasants being able to fund RGOs also supports the argument for deploying more villages. So also getting even a single marketplace operational. Would need imports of bees, paper, and salt, which I could easily provide out of the point of trade cap from the very same marketplace. There we are. Little lad in position. Little man surveilling. Ready to take in the business. 42. That costs glass. We have scraps of anyway. Somehow this ability to concentrate labor into specialized units having some kind of effect on how things are made? It's probably nothing. And yeah, Altfjord now nearly has motables. Figures very quickly transferred half its population into the stone fields, as they ought to be. Alright, there was the nobles doing their work on the stone quarry. Building a granary. They're being suspiciously useful right now, the nobles. I'll hold out another couple of months and get this marketplace up. Looking good, sir. Send him to Rome to advocate for teeth. Piling up those saint bones. How do you do, sir? Excellent, love. Everything you'd expect from a seasoned loaf journeyman. We know the secret to saving money on repairing navies. It's don't have a navy. Steal someone else's boat, and when it starts to break, abandon it. Throw the evidence into the fire. Precision scritches. Calibrated. Alchemically refined. The warehouse is pretty expensive. That would be firmly an after I have local tools supply thing running building the warehouse. To build and operate the warehouse. We put salt on everything. That keeps it secure. Alright, the peasants have successfully invested in wool. Or no. Norway is investing in our wool. Well, that's another option. Yes, make the nobles happy. But I can immediately counterbalance that by giving another privilege. the village's autonomy. Go over the list of burger privileges. A lot of these are quite powerful. Coin policy. Just more plutocracy pressure. Innovation. General production efficiency. Parity. Boat presence. Tax efficiency. Development. Pretty good across the board. Yes. Either 0.18 of pressure. Get the bar sliding the other way. Moving good, though. It's such a small space with all of our urban activity concentrated in one location. Not too hard to try and get the scales to tip the other way. '67 has quite a bit of stability. Highly thinkable that we'll be in a position to start stripping noble privileges. Don't mind them keeping their land rights as long as they're using that to improve RGOs. Revoking the forward license. Not right now. Probably sometime next session. You want to stack how many rocks in a wall? What do you need such a big fence for? Nobody needs so tall a fence as this. How long is it? Crossing the aisle. You have matters to discuss? Hello. Alright, so that marketplace exists. We have a whole additional point of trade cap. Or will, the moment the building is able to operate. Get all of that sorted out. Paper, bees, salt. The auto trader already routinely brings in salt. As the volume on the market improves. gets closer to being able to adapt to things on the fly. End of this month, we should get our first instance of that bonus. Alright, yeah, so I'll skim 0.5 of that into the manual trade pool. If I can get my limbs to the keyboard. Oh, listen. Oh, listen. Alright, so. Goods. Paper. Oslo will go ahead and be a bit mercantile about this. From London. Alt. From Bordeaux. It's made locally. So 0.3 handed out for all of that. Allocate the remaining 0.2 toward even more lumber. Which kind of goes ahead and makes New Year's 1392 by an arbitrary point. Put a pin on this. Pin being a single complete walrus tusk spiked into the table. What a good event. Look at that, just eyeballing that. That's so many years of normal growth accomplished in such a short time. Nearly 20,000. Such thoroughly greened land. We have a core, generating a gradual flow of migrants, by which to populate every fjord with this much of a leg up, who knows? Maybe even there might be a chance. This much of a leg up, and depending on how everything else has been recalibrated on the other side. From such Greenland, could there one day spring vines? We'll be told in sagas yet to come. Oh man, starting to figure out how to sit in a lap. Adding so many qualifications to his resume. The guilds will hear of this.